Hello and welcome back to another episode of King Kaye Games. My name is Kay. Pleased to be here with you tonight. On today's episode, we are in Northern California on the Feather River Canyon Extended DLC. It's a beautiful train called the California Zephyr with domed glass roofs on the cab to see 360 views of the mountains and valleys for the true train lover. Now, I usually create my own scenarios, but today is totally new to me. I've never played this, don't know how it handles. I've never even seen the logo before today. But we're going to give it a try anyway. This DLC has 3 parts. We're going to play all 3 parts tonight. Wish me luck. This scenario is kind of what Canada has something called Via Rail, which is a Canadian rail company. It's a newer version, obviously. It's based out of Toronto, and it stretches all the way out to Vancouver. It's a 7-day trip. Amtrak also has something called a California Zephyr, which currently runs from Chicago. I believe it finishes in San Francisco. It's a week-long trip as well. It extends to immersive views of waterfalls, valleys, with whitewater rapids and bridges, making it very scenic. I'd love to try this one day myself in real life. But without further ado, let's get into it. I've already got it loaded up. I just need to get it going. And thank you for joining, if this is your first time joining as well. I like immersion, so this should be immersive as far as scenery. Let's check it out. Let's get this set up. Headlights popping into forward. Just gonna turn the game audio down a little bit. And here's one of those views I was talking about with the canopies. That's the back of the caboose. Here's upstairs. I'm just going to turn it around so we can see the front. And you're looking at the view from the top of the train. I'm just going to set up one more camera. Outside view. Do a little exploring. I've never been here. Don't know what this looks like. Let's take a look at Northern California. Fly around a little bit. It's nice. Got a train passing. Not really familiar with this side of the country. I'm from the East Coast. Although I have been to Northern California before, but that's pretty much just San Francisco. One of my favorite cities, actually. And right now we're just waiting for another train to come past us. As you can see, we have a green over red, which means we can go, but it's a cautionary go. Looks like a 20 miles per hour start. but we cannot move until this train passes us. And even then, we have to start at 10 miles an hour so we can wash this filthy train. Let's hop outside and actually take a look at this train. And we're gonna go. Bells and whistle. Brakes are off. Low power. And we're moving. Restricted to 10 miles an hour, so I won't pick up any speed yet. There's the shower, train bath. It's pretty cool. I don't think I've ever actually seen that in real life. Train taking a bath. I know that's something they do a lot in the UK, but I don't think I've ever seen that in America. It's pretty cool to see. All right, giving it some more gas. Fun fact, Feather Cane is known for its freshwater fishing and whitewater rafting. Usually stretches about 42 miles long, from Polga in the west and Keddie in the east. Located in Butte and Plumas County in Northern California. This is the original route for the California Zephyr. Originating in 1949 to 1970. Traversing through the Sierra Nevada mountains of Northern California. It follows the Western Pacific Railroad line. .3% gradient. Just trying to give it a little more speed. Single track here. Let's head outside for a little bit. I would think this would be pretty with some snow covering the trees and mountaintops. Not bad looking for an older route. Not bad at all. Of course, this is the enhanced version of it. So I'm pretty sure they updated it a little bit. I believe this original route covered some of the states, the northern states, like Colorado, Kansas, Missouri. I believe it went all the way down to Chicago. So Chicago to California, basically. Though this route doesn't exist anymore, it is still being used. Not this route specifically, but Amtrak has a similar route, and it's renamed the California Zephyr. It doesn't travel through Canada, but I believe they kind of do something similar where instead of you sleeping on the train, I think they do have one of those versions, but they actually do give you a hotel, and they take your bags and keep it in the hotels and let you just roam about, so you don't have to worry about anything. They'll leave everything in your room for you, get you all set up, checked in and everything, so you don't have to worry about anything but just having fun. Again, I've never been. Losing a lot of points. Just gonna keep it in 10% downhill gradient. Single track tunnel. Not used to being patient with my routes. I can't put any speed into this. I'm used to flying 125 miles an hour. You gotta have a lot of patience with this route so far. Still on a 0.9% gradient, down, single track. Copy that. Looks like we'll have our first AI train. Green over red, which means green. Green out of caution. We're already under 35. I'll just ride it for a little bit. %1 gradient. It's getting a little steeper. Let it drop down a little bit so we can go outside. I don't have to worry about going over my speed limit. Still at a 1% gradient. Coming up on our first town, Blairsden. Blairsden is the first town we will approach. Not stopping, of course. And there's our first train. Let's go outside. And this is the town of Blairsden. Though there's no passengers, this almost feels like it's a rail tour train. It's pretty cool. Still on a 0.8% downhill gradient. Street level crossing. %1 gradient. Still single track. I'm pretty sure most of this route is going to be single track. Again, I've never been on this route before. green over red. Gradients leveled out. Just gonna put a little juice into this. Looks like some whitewater rafting right there. As the train stretches around the corner. That's a pretty view. Let's go outside. .7 downhill gradient. Of course, in America, we use our horns a lot more than they do in the UK. Switching to the left track. In the UK, they only use their horns mainly for emergencies. And in the United States, we pretty much use it for just about everything. 3% gradient. Back to single track. Green over red. If any of my U.S. followers are from this area, I would love to know any type of fun facts you have, so I can at least improve my knowledge of this area, because I've never been. Exactly how far north in California it is? Is it like close to San Francisco, Sacramento? Not really sure. I've never heard of the town Kaye or Plumer. So to broaden my knowledge, that would be cool to know. And also, if you're living in this type of area, what is it that you guys do out here? Like, is there certain places you guys would meet up, hang out, do things? Like, what type of things would you do in this area? I would assume white water rafting and stuff like that is probably something very big in this area. Just gonna put a little brake in. 1% gradient. Still heading downhill. Not really seeing much of a difference. Like, is that town that we just passed the biggest rural looking town? Or do they have bigger cities in these mountains? Inquiring minds want to know. Still green over red, which is a proceed, but with caution. Ironically, we didn't diverge to the left this time. Although in America we drive on the right and not the left. It just still feels weird to me to actually be on the right. Although I'm born and raised in the United States. But playing so much UK content, it became like second nature to me. So this just feels a little awkward right now. I'm used to it driving, but not driving a train. Driving a car, yes. It's something I do all the time. Which would probably throw me off if I ever actually drove a car in the UK. You know? If I drove a car in the UK, I'd probably crash it, just for the simple fact that I'm used to driving on the right and not the left. Got a green here. Back to single track. Although I'm used to doing things with the left, you know, naturally born left-handed, but some things just feel a little awkward if I had to use my right hand, you know. Obviously not playing basketball. Basketball, I'm used to that, you know. So if you just use one hand in basketball, they will notice. I'm gonna hop outside. Zoom in a little bit. So far, I'm just seeing trees. And it's not even trees at high speed. I understand freight goes this slow, but we're technically not freight. But I guess on a single track like this, you really can't be going that fast. It's probably just one way in, one way out. A couple of loops so trains can pass each other. Approaching a 30 coming up. Level crossing. And there's a 30-mile mark, the 30 miles per hour marker. Just gonna let it coast. It'll bring me down a little bit. 0.7% gradient downhill. Actually feels a little more steeper than that. I've also got this butt kicker attached to the seat, so I'm feeling all that extra amplified bass from this engine. For those who don't know what a butt kicker is, it's pretty much used in racing sim a lot. Like some racing sim will have Fordham attached to their rig, green over red here, and pretty much some of these rigs are at least 20 grand. Okay, now a lot of people will say that's a lot for a simulation, something you're not getting paid for. But racing sim is also pretty huge too, and you can make some money in that, and people will fight you tooth and nail about it when they say it's you're just doing a racing sim. It doesn't really matter. There are tournaments for it. I know another guy who is into train simming as well from the UK. His name is Amaze. He's pretty good at that. He makes finals for stuff like that. 35 into the tunnel. So he races a lot. I don't know if he has any butt kickers, but I only have one. And you can adjust the amplification on a chair. And it pretty much helps with the immersion. And also, it kind of feels like you're in an actual train, even though you're not. Like you can't feel the complete sensation, but you're hearing the engines changing as you hit certain gears and stuff. And the bass changes with it. And I love mine. I know I've heard Alan Thompson say he wanted one, and we had a little conversation about that on his stream last week. And I also reminded him, I'm like, they also use it for truck simming. So yes, if you have ETS or ATS, you can use it for truck simming as well. It helps with the immersion. It helps you feel like you're actually driving a rig. If you can afford it. Not everybody can afford it. I had to sacrifice buying sneakers for all the stuff that I wanted. I'm a really big sneakerhead, but I haven't really bought sneakers in probably 2 years because all my extra change has been going to this, admittedly. Buying sneakers is something I love, but I also love doing this as well. Like if Train Sim Classic had an actual hours tally, I'm pretty sure it would be at least over 500 in the past year and a half. I know it's up there on Train Sim World. Like I play Train Sim Classic a lot more than I play Train Sim World, and my Train Sim World account, I am level 296. So I have put in man hours. My girlfriend can attest to that. %, gradient. I'm just gonna add a little more brake into this. Still green over red. Go at caution. Hop outside for a little bit. It doesn't look like a new loco, but it's still pretty well maintained looking. You know? The Western Pacific on the front. I like it. My first look at it. I've always loved that sound growing up as a kid from New York. That's just how the subways would sound as it rolls past your window. Highway to the left, back on the single track. Excuse me, highway to the right. Put a little speed in. Approaching our first via location, Williams Loop. Williams Loop. As we come up on a 30 miles per hour. Still green over red. %1 gradient. Outside. Looks like another track emerging underneath us. As we veer to the right. Williams Loop. Our next via mark, Massac Passing. There's our instructions. .9 gradient. watch my speed. It keeps creeping up on me. 30-mile-per-hour marker. Looking out for the train. Still single track here. As we hit a track speed of 35 miles per hour. Low brake here. Preparing to blast my horn. Get a little more braking. Keep it at 9%. Drop it less. Don't want to drop too low. $15 mph here. Green over red. Diverging. Bells and whistle. Like, I'm hard braking, but it's not responding the way I believe it should. Preparing to stop if needed, since I'm on the loop track. Keep an eye on that speed, so keep losing control of it. And this is Massac passing, sighting west. We have a green light. Proceeding to single track. Losing the bell. Still at 15 miles an hour. I'm gonna hover around 10 for now. Just watching my speed. %1 downhill gradient. And we're back to 35 miles per hour. Give it a little juice. 25% power. Still at a 1% gradient downhill. Single track. We'll be stopping at Kaye Depot. Kaye Depot. In just under 11 miles. Back to single track. This is a lot different than driving in the Acela train, which I was doing earlier. Getting up to speeds of 125 miles an hour. Now I'm doing less than 35 on a single track in the mountains. Speaking of mountains, let's take a trip outside. Lots of trees. Mountains in the far range. Judging by the route editor, they've used a lot of the 3D trees, not just along the track side. Most of these trees look 3D, not 2D. So it really looks like they've put a lot into enhancing this route. Copy that. There are multiple angles in this cap. I'm just going to change some of that. Oh, look at that. It's cool. It's kind of like a smoker's lounge. What is this? Nice little panoramic view of this cab car. It's pretty cool. Let's see what else they got. From one of the seats. Not bad. That's not bad. Stand-up shot. It's a shot we usually see right here. Let's head outside. Nice shots of the mountains in the background. Looks like a house down there. Can you imagine having all this space? Like, I wouldn't know what to do with all this space. Wonder how far down I can go. Let's take a look. It's pretty cool. Good detailing for it not to be trackside. Got a little truck there. You can hear the train, but you can't see it. Little farm over here. Little town. What? Couple of houses. Some trucks. Not bad. That's cool. It meets up along the line of the the train. I have the right of way, so I'll be approaching that train coming up. Just gonna sit here and wait for it. I'll give him a little bells and whistle. It's a pretty cool shot. Mountains in the background. Is this a cargo train? Most likely. Another Western Pacific. A 3-header. Wow. 3-header. What's this? Just random cabooses. Quincy Junction. Okay. Hop back in the cab. Just under 7 miles to Keddie. 7 miles. .7% gradient downhill. I'm so used to UK content that I keep thinking I did not set up my systems because I'm not hearing bells and and warnings from the train. Green light. Like I'm so used to hearing that AWS buzzer that when I actually do run a train from America, it feels weird, like I'm missing something. Although American trains, there aren't that many fast American trains. The Acela is probably the fastest train we have. It's probably the only fast train we have. Uh, that's not true. Amtrak has trains too, but I don't know if they reach Acela fast. If I'm wrong, someone let me know, please. And I've only been on the Acela train once, and that was to go from Newark Penn Station to Philadelphia 30th Street, which is just about a 2-hour drive. So you can imagine that going 125 miles an hour, how long it is. But it was quite comfortable. I will say I've only been on it once, but it was quite comfortable. Of course, my company paid for it, so I got to sit in business class. Would love to see what first class is like, or even the quiet car. I don't really care about the quiet car, you know. Like, if someone's loud, I'll just put my AirPods in, listen to music, take a quick little nap. They'll announce when you're getting close to the stations anyway. I know some people actually prefer the quiet car, but I don't care, you know. A train ride is a train ride. I enjoy the train ride. I don't care where I am. You can hang me from a pole in the back of the train. I wouldn't care. As long as I get to hear the little click clack like you're hearing right now, I'm in good shape. When I was a kid, I used to imitate those sounds. You know, being the only boy out of 3, I had two sisters, 2 older sisters, so I really didn't have many people to play with. So sometimes I had to make up my own games, and I would imitate being a train driver. Although it was a little bit different, you know, being suburban. So MTA was, New York City subways for me. I would imitate we call them conductors, but in the UK they would be your guards. I would imitate them as they would approach a station. They would always point to a board. You would always see them do this. Never knew why. And then when I got older, I realized they were pointing to the board to let them know, hey, this is where the train is supposed to stop. I'm okay to open these doors. And then they'll put their key in the hole, press the doors open, stick their head out the door, the window. They had a little window. They didn't actually get outside of the train. They would open the window, stick their head out the window, look left, look right, wait for everyone to board, stand clear to close the doors, push the buttons, look the other way, push the buttons, lock the key. There was no buzzers. They would just turn the key. The key automatically turns green over red here, single track still. The light turns green automatically for the driver. The driver knows it's time to go. It's a cool thing to see. Of course, when I was growing up, we had red birds. The trains were literally red. They were called red birds. Graffiti all over them. It was all I knew. I remember taking those. I'm a huge Mets fan. New York Mets baseball team, if you don't know who that is. And as a kid, I would go out to the games at Shea Stadium, and we would take the 7 train. It was a Redbird train. And with the Redbirds, you can actually look out the front of the train. So your view would be just like what we're seeing right here with this train that I'm driving right now. And to actually be on a train while it's driving to Shea Stadium was amazing. It was, you would see this big blue building with neon lights on it in the form of baseball players. So one neon light would be Darryl Strawberry, who's my favorite player of all time, favorite Met of all time. Another light would be Dwight Gooden, who was like one of the phenom pitchers for the Mets back in the 80s. And you would see these lights, especially on a night game. You would see these lights, and you're coming up on the huge stadium, and as a kid, it's just like, wow, that is amazing. You know, and then you get in there. And your team loses all the time. Long story short, we have a long history of losing. We've won a championship twice. Once in my lifetime. I'm at least glad I got to see that. I was 9 the last time the Mets won. Haven't seen another one since. Unfortunately, I was born and raised in the Bronx. So, you know, we have the Yankees. You know, America's team. So all I would ever hear is, hey, 27 championships. Oh, we have 27 championships. We're the best team ever. And there is no argument you could ever have when talking to a Yankee fan, because they'll just throw that at you. 27 championships. How many do your team have? When was the last time you guys won? Yeah, okay. All right, 27 championships. How many did you actually see? As we come up on Keddy. How many championships did you actually see? Because last time I checked, when they won all those championships, there were like probably 5 teams in the league. In my lifetime, they've won 4. 4 that I can actually say I've seen them win. You know? And it's like being from the Bronx and a Mets fan at that, it's so difficult because I can walk around the city, you know, before I had a car, I would walk around the city and I would have to take the bus places, and sometimes the bus drivers wouldn't even let me on the bus because I have on a Mets jersey. And I'm like, dude, like, it's still New York. What more do you want? Like, you guys have your 27 championships. My little jersey shouldn't affect you at all. But for some reason, it bothers them, and the bus driver didn't want to let me on one day. And he opened the door, and I remember this very clearly. He opened the door and said to me, I was not going to stop for you if it wasn't for that lady behind you. This is what I've been dealing with my whole life. But I will never be a front runner. I will stick with my team all the way to the end. Less than half a mile here to Kaye Depot. I'm just going to keep it at 20 miles an hour-ish. I don't really know what to expect here. But that's my story. As we come up on Kaye. Carrying a lot of weight here, so I just want to make sure I can stop correctly. So I'm going to drop it to 15 once I reach this light. I'll probably do bells and whistles. 0.9% gradient. We've been going downhill this whole trip. I'm not at the bottom yet. 15 miles an hour. Got greens coming in. Bells. Whistle. I'll coast in at 5 miles an hour. Actually, I'll stop here before we get to this red. And doors are open. Put it in neutral. Let's hop outside. There's the bell. And there you have it. Part 1 of this DLC is in the books. A little slow, but we're getting there. Just at a snail's pace. Gotta admit, so far it's not what I expected. When I seen the trailer for this in the Steam app, it looked like it was a faster paced loco, and although it's got a little scenery, it's not enough scenery for me. Kind of feels like a rail tour type of train. A little too slow for my taste. I do like long runs, but this may be too slow for me to enjoy. But But I digress, and we'll just get into the second part, and hopefully it gets better. Here we go. Acknowledged. Train is in emergency right now because it was rolling forward, so consist is stationary. And I will open the doors now. Doors are open. Instrument lights back on. Headlights back on. The train is now back in forward. And let's head outside. Just setting up my cameras again. All aboard and clear to depart. Our next scheduled stop is Oroville. The dispatcher indicates that KGT lead unit WP 725 is coming off the inside gateway into Keddy Yard and will be clear of our movements. Acknowledged. As we continue setting up our cams, let's head to the back. I really do like this old-time style caboose. There's just something about this old-time, silvery-looking caboose that I really do like it, you know? If only this was a faster-paced train, I could see myself playing with this logo. Looks like all the doors are closed. Other train is passing, hopping back in the cab. Releasing the brakes. Bells. Whistle. Applying some power. And we're off. Say goodbye to Keddy. Oh, you missed your train, lady. Sorry. Heading back outside. Back to single track with a 1% down gradient. Why did I think that would change? Instrument lights. The headlights on? They are now. Series of tunnels coming up here. Just over 6 miles to our first via location. Twain. 30 miles an hour, single track. % downhill gradient. Green over red. I'm going to be saying that a lot. Green over red. I'm pretty sure the fastest I'll be doing on this run will be 30 to 35, so green over red is normal. It's about cautionary speed. Approach. I would say it's equivalent to a yellow in the UK. I'm so used to driving UK trains. They're really fun. Really fun to drive, and most of them are different types of trains. So you don't just get one type of function. Some have power brake controllers, some have standalones, some are diesel, some are light rail, some are steam. I'm not really into the steam trains though, so I don't own any steam DLCs. I do like the German routes. I'm still getting used to their signaling system, the PZB and LZB and all that stuff. Once I fully understand that a little more, I'll probably do some German content. For now, I just play it to learn. Although I own a lot of DLCs, German DLCs. For classic, I have some for Train Sim World that I like playing. I love that ICE in any form, and I always want to go fast, but I used to leave the safety systems off. But I want to do it with the safety systems involved, so I can get used to it and, I don't know, possibly learn a route or two with no HUD. You know, get some route knowledge. Yeah, like if anybody wants to give me some pointers and tips on how I can better learn that, it would be appreciated. Until then, I'm just gonna have to keep practicing and practicing and practicing. But along with the practicing on something that I'm still trying to learn, it takes away from stuff that I am already doing. Like 1% gradient here still. Like I have not actually produced an actual edited video in probably a month. I would say my last actual edited video with immersion, guard mode / driver mode with all my CGs and exterior shots. Green over red again. Double track here. I would say my last edited real video was Manchester Airport, which I had fun doing. It was the first video I've actually combined driving and conducting at the same time, and to do something like that, because my brain is always moving, so I'm always wanting to do something that not a lot of people or no one has done before, and I haven't seen it until I've done it, where I've seen an actual video with guard mode and driving mode at the same time. So it kind of looks like a complete movie. And I always like to say it's in my descriptions for all my videos. It's even in my description from my channel on YouTube, King Kaye Games. I always like to say each video tells a story. So when I produce my videos, I'm giving you my story. It's my movie. You know, I'm the Ryan Coogler of train sim. That's the way I look at it. You know, if you're good at something, do it well. I feel like I do it well. I've gotten some good responses to my videos. Green light here, as we go to single track, and I have fun doing it because I love trains and I love editing. It was something I was really good at in college. I didn't keep up with it, but you still retain that skill. So it's a skill I'll always have. And now I'm putting that to use. So I'm putting that skill to use, and I'm giving it to you. I'm sharing with the world my art, because I'm also an artist. So these videos are my art. It's just a different canvas. So these trains are my canvas. And I'm dabbling in watercolors and pastels and markers, Copic markers and colored pencils. Although I haven't drawn traditionally in a long time, you know, on paper. Now I'm more into digital art because it gives me so much more control. And I haven't picked up that pen in a while either. I usually use my iPad with the Procreate app, which I love. You know, like it's so much easier than actually drawing on paper. You know, there's nothing to erase. If you make a mistake, you just hit the undo. Okay, you can separate certain things. 1% gradient going down. Just gonna be a little more braking. You can use layers to separate things. Like if you have more than one object in your picture, you can put them on layers. So the layers, they'll help separate the actual subjects, you know, and you can make them opaque. So if you need to, you can actually make them disappear off your canvas while you focus on the other object that you're drawing or coloring. Green over red here. So I love drawing. I love drawing. I love trains. I love editing. And I'll do it as long as I can. Just gonna take the brake off. But getting back to UK trains and how much I love them. I actually bought this TSC-X controller. I don't know if you guys know what that is. It's similar to the Rail Driver. It's Chinese made. It's from a place called Sim Workshop. It's a little expensive, you know, but again, I love trains and this is my sneaker money. So I was fortunate enough to buy one. I've had it for a couple of weeks now, maybe even 3. Had issues connecting it, so I put it to the side. Like, I'm staring at it right now. It's not hooked up right now. I'm still working on my keyboard. It is mapped out, but for some reason I cannot get it to work with my computer, which is really odd because I was able to load the software where when I first got it I couldn't even do that. So I had to email the company after waiting for like a month for it to get here. Oh, and that's another thing. It was about $250 American, I want to say. $250 American, and with the conversion rate, it came out to, I want to say, $280 American, US dollars, and 0.8% gradient here as we approach the Via Twain. 280 American after the conversion, and because of the Trump tariffs, it was $100 to ship it from China. Which when I first heard that, I was like, I don't know if I want it that bad. But like if you're on their website, it'll even tell you they pretty much eat half of that delivery fee. So in total, just reading the dispatcher copy. So in total, it was about $325. which isn't bad. It's really sturdy. So it's not like, it was some cheap piece of, whatever, and you're just paying this much money for it. It's really sturdy. I like the handles. The handles are huge. Like, it doesn't feel like you're gonna break it if you push it too hard. The buttons are sturdy. The switches are sturdy. It feels really good in my hand. It's not light. It sits on top of the desk, and I can't even play it right now because it's not working with the computer. So right now I'm just trying to debate on when I'm gonna hook this up, because I still have some other things I want to do. I have a bunch of videos I want to edit, and that's just gonna take away time from me editing those videos. I have a bunch of routes that I'm still timetabling, and that's gonna take away time from me timetabling those. And I still have those routes that I have to timetable. I still have to record those so I can actually make the videos, so I can get them out so you guys can keep watching my product. And my only issue is I'm a big fan of long videos. Like, I have a video that's 8 hours long, train simming. It's unheard of. It's literally from Manchester, Piccadilly to France. It's freight, so obviously I'm not going at high speeds. It's a freight run, 8 hours long, Manchester, Piccadilly to France. And that's just one of them. I've done a run from Penzance to Paddington. That's a little over 5 hours. I have a couple of other 6-hour routes. Don't get me wrong, I like the short ones as well. Like, I'll do a nice commuter run. I have a bunch of commuter runs that I like. But to me, to make it worthwhile, I like to do those long runs, to actually sit in a train. Green over red here as we join with this connecting line. I like to sit in a train and actually go somewhere, not just, all right, I'm going to sit in a train and I'm going to stop in 15 minutes. No. I want to go somewhere. So I do. And I look for these long runs, and if I can't do it, I'll make DLCs where I can do it. Like, I don't handicap myself because I can't do a route, even though I want to do it so badly. And I can just look at the DLCs that I own and connect them. It's the power of editing. It's TV magic. One route will have a connector, so I'll connect it with that route. And I'm just slowing down, preparing for whatever. So I'll connect these routes and give you the best quality video I can give you. And it looks seamless. Like, the first video I believe I attempted that with was Glasgow to Manchester Piccadilly. That's about 6 hours. Trans-Pennine Express. All the bells and whistles. All the bells and whistles. So you get your CGs, you get your outside views, you get your passenger views, you get your driver's views. you get your other trains in the major stations. So if I'm driving a Transpennine Express train, you still get your Pendolinos, you still get your ScotRails, you still get your Northerns. You know, I try to keep it even immersive when the train is not moving. TV magic. Level crossing. I'm gonna put some more braking in. I don't know what to expect. Try to keep it down at 15. And I feel like the community appreciates those videos. You know? I might not get, like, you know, thousands of views, but when I do get responses from them, like, it sounds like people appreciate it. And I appreciate that you appreciate my art. That's what being an artist is. I just want you to appreciate my art. So I'm going to keep doing my art so that the community enjoys it. As we come up on another green over red. A little diversion here. Just going to slow down in case I need to stop. Again, I don't know what to expect here. But if you think my art sucks, just tell me. It's like, yo, Kaye, your videos suck. It'll hurt my feelings, but I'd rather you be honest with me. And then I'll just keep watching other people's videos to see where I can improve my own stuff. You know? You got people like 1010. His videos are pretty good. Southwestern's videos are pretty good. Power Flower Planes and Trains videos are pretty good. I usually watch them every Sunday at 12 p.m. Eastern. It should be 5 p.m. GMT. You know, these are the guys in the community. You know, it's a small circle, so we watch a lot of each other's videos. Alan Thompson, you know, he's always doing something. I watch their videos and try to improve. You know? It's a small community, but I love my community. Still at 0.8% gradient. We've been going downhill this whole trip. The whole trip. We're not at the bottom yet. You know, we've been driving for a little over 2 hours now. Not at the bottom yet. I don't know what to expect, but I'm gonna let momentum drag me. 30 miles here. I'm at 15. I'm on the loop. I don't know what to expect. hoping to see a green over red. And I'll pick up speed. Until then, I gotta expect it's red. Especially after the dispatcher gave me that warning. And with the way this thing breaks, I'm not risking it. So I'll be in the UK in about 3 weeks, first week of September. If anybody has any ideas on what else I can do besides train stuff, let me know. I would even love to hook up with one of you train simmers out there and do some content, you know? Do a little rail fanning. That can be cool. Rail fanning for me in a country that I'm not from. I got nothing but time. I got nothing but time. I am all about trains. And if you want, you can show me where all the good food is. You can tell me where I can get a good pint. I've been there in January and I still haven't drank a pint yet. Show me some of that English hospitality. Got a third track here, although it's diverging into two. And I see a train ahead. It's doing. Just gonna make myself aware that I'm here. Drop down to 10 miles an hour. If this is the caboose, who knows if he's waiting to go the same way as me. Killing the bell. Union Pacific. I don't know what's around this corner. Still can't see any lights. It would help if I knew this route a little bit. But I have never been here. So I'm just being cautious. The train's starting to get away from me. 1.1 gradient. Just gonna add some more braking. Still can't see a light. Looks like I'm coming up on the head here. looks like I have a green. Alright, adding some speed. Now that we're clear. Back to single track. But getting back to the UK, I'm staying in Hyde Park. If anybody knows anything cool to do over near Paddington, just let me know. Never stayed in Hyde Park before. Last time I was in Canary Wharf, which I really enjoyed. Being from New York, Canary Wharf, it felt just like Manhattan. So I felt like I was home. I enjoyed it. There was some good food over there. I had lunch with a friend, and he took me to that place, Big Easy, I think it's called, Big Easy. Had a very, very delicious steak there. Steak was nice and soft. It was like butter, cut through like butter. And I've never had a peppercorn sauce before. Never had that. I don't know. Is that a UK thing? I don't know if we do that out here. But I had a peppercorn sauce with some chips, and it was very delicious. Took my daughter to that same place before I left for dinner, and she had the lobster. It was kind of like a seafood dish, but she wanted the lobster because she's spoiled. I wonder where she gets that from. Yeah, the food at that restaurant was it was pretty good. I would probably go there again, but I need to have some variety, so I would like to find somewhere else to go. So again, if anybody knows anywhere I could go, let me know. And it doesn't just have to be in central London. It can be anywhere. Like, I'd even travel as far as Liverpool if I need to. I actually like Liverpool. I'm an LFC fan anyway, so any excuse I can have to go out there is fine. Speaking of LFC, like when I was out there, I went to the Beatles Museum. Is that in Liverpool? Yeah, it's in Liverpool. And it was over in Albert Dock, and I had some really good pizza out there. I know that's weird to say. I being from New York, we know pizza. That was some good pizza in Albert Dock. I had it's probably one of my top places to get pizza. I know that's weird to say. Liverpool, yeah, okay, Liverpool pizza is good, but it was really, really delicious. As we start to see some canyons here, still on a gradient of down 1%. But yeah, it was a personal pie, not a small pie. It was an actual big pie, and I had some time to kill before I had to make my train. So I had dinner at this pizzeria inside the mall behind Albert Dock, and it came with 2 different types of pepperoni. I don't think I've ever had that here before. 2 different types of pepperoni, and it was delicious. Fresh mozzarella. It was very delicious, and I had a drink with that too. I don't remember what the drink was, but even the drink was delicious. Like, if I could, I would order the same exact thing if I go back out there. I don't know if I'm going to go back out there because Liverpool is not playing that week that I go out there. I know because I checked. So I have no reason to go to Liverpool. I was supposed to do a Mersey River tour out there, boat tour. Picking up a little speed here. Green light. I was supposed to do a Mersey River boat tour that I actually missed because I mistimed my travel time from London. Not because I missed my Pendolino train to get me out there. It was because I mistimed the Elizabeth line train, you know, and transfer points. I mistimed my transfer points and how long it would get me to Houston. You know, I was working off of an app, and it was the first time I've done it, so I couldn't go off of knowledge of going out there before. And I was working off of an app, and because I'm American, I was inquiring roaming services, roaming charges, which were racking up on my phone bill. So I had to use Wi-Fi data. So the Wi-Fi data only worked in the actual trains, you know. Like the Elizabeth line has Wi-Fi on it. I'm not sure if Jubilee had it. I know Southwestern Railways had it. The Watford DC line had it, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if Bakerloo had it, but I was going off of my Wi-Fi data, and it wasn't updating the right way, so I wound up missing that train and had to catch another train from Houston to get me out to Liverpool. And it wasn't like, you know, I paid for a specific train ticket on the Pendolino, the Class 390. I had what was called a Brit Rail pass. I don't know if anybody's ever used that before, but basically I had a 3-day pass that was unlimited, no matter what train I wanted to get on, excluding tube trains, obviously. But any national rail train, I had an unlimited amount of usage. I just had to beep myself in, and I can go into any standard class seating that wasn't, you know, pre-booked. So, and that was very cheap. I think I paid $150 for 3 days, and I got to go anywhere I want. So I went to Manchester and Liverpool for $150, and I still got to do other things as well. I stayed out there for a week. Yeah. Would I do it again? Of course. Who doesn't want to save money? $150? Yeah, it's nothing. You know, you go on vacation. You want to have a little fun. It didn't start out as a vacation for me. I went over there to take my daughter to school, but originally I was just going to take her over there and come back. But then I was like, you know what? I've never left my country. It'd be nice to actually see another country. So I decided to stay more than just a couple of a day I don't know. I probably wouldn't come right back around. I'd probably stay at least a day and then leave the next day. But yeah, it wasn't convenient to just stay for a day and then come back home. I wanted to see, the trains and all the stuff that I've been playing, because I'm into UK trains. I wanted to ride it. I wanted to hear if it sounds like how it sounds in the game. So that way I can have some frame of reference and say, oh, that's not what it sounds like. Or I can say, oh, it really sounds like that. And from everything I've seen, it really sounds like that. .7 gradient down. I'm gonna jump out the cab. Haven't jumped out in a while. Nice little river. As we head into a tunnel. Green over red. Hello, Golden State Gaming 2002. Welcome to the stream. I'm from the States, yes. Rapper, I wish. Those days are over. I'm from New York, actually. Just over 8 miles to Camp Rogers. Still single track here. Still driving slow. So, Golden State Gaming 2002. I'm assuming you are from California. Which part would you be from? My guess is the San Francisco area. Are you from the Bay? Oh, the Philippines. Excuse me. Sorry, and welcome to an American streaming. There's nothing wrong with being a Golden State Warriors fan. They're a pretty good team. Even if you're still a Golden State Warriors fan, they did pretty good last year. Me personally, I'm a Knicks fan. Obviously, because I'm from New York. But I've actually been to a couple of Golden State games out there. San Francisco is actually a really cool city. I know it gets a lot of there's a lot of high crime out there, but it's a really good city. It's really cool. All right, copy that. Acknowledged. Just over 7 miles to Camp Rogers. Just got instructions from the dispatcher. I should not be seeing a delay. Klay Thompson's departure, I mean, it almost had to be done. Like, he he kind of was in Steph's shadow. He's a good player as well, but ever since he hurt himself the first time, he hasn't been the same player. And then as he got back to uh, being fully healthy, he hurt the other leg, which was really weird. It's like, hey, I'm ready to come play basketball again, and boop, oh no, the other leg. Oh, I'll be out again. See you for another year and a half, maybe two. But even with that said, he's still high up there as far as 3-pointers on the list of 3-point guys. Like, because my favorite player is Ray Allen. I've liked him ever since he was in college, so I've always liked him, even in the NBA, even though I'm a Knicks fan. But I always rooted for him, not his teams, especially when he was in Miami and Boston, because obviously I'm a Knicks fan and we hate those teams. But yeah, like watching Steph play and Clay play when they were in their like young prime was amazing. Yeah, that was amazing to watch. Basketball used to be fun. It's not so fun anymore. Only because I think the refs are changing the game. I don't know if they're gambling on the games or not, but like even in baseball, the refs and the umpires are making it more about them when people don't come to see them play. So, just my 2 cents on that matter. But yeah, the Golden State Warriors are they're a decent team. They're always in it. I think they just need one more piece. Well, when I say it's not fun anymore, is because I'm from the Jordan era, where tic tac fouls were nothing. You know, like the refs wouldn't blow their whistle off of a small little foul. You know, and now it's like you just breathe on somebody, and they blow their whistle, and those fouls add up. You know, so. You know, one of my favorite players is Jalen Brunson right now, and he got so many fouls called on him in the playoffs against Indiana that were just like imaginary, and like you can argue with the refs, but at the end of the day, they have the last call, the final call. So, not that the Knicks didn't deserve to lose those games, but when your star player's on the bench because he's got too many fouls, that doesn't help either. .8 gradient. No, they don't. Everything is about money now. Every sport, it's about money, you know, and personal vendettas. As I see another train. Hey guys. Gotta hop out the cab. That is a long train. Hold on, let me switch the view. Get out of here. Basketball's still fun to watch. It's just when your team hasn't won anything in pretty much your whole lifetime, but you still root for them, it gets kind of exhausting, you know. So that and also tickets are expensive, especially Knicks tickets. So what I like to do is I like to go to change view. I like to go to games outside of New York because the tickets are cheaper. New York has a heavy price tag, you know. So the same price I would get for a Knicks ticket in New York, I would get cheaper in, like, say, Washington D.C. or Philadelphia when they're playing the Knicks. So a lot of times I go to different states just to go see a game because it's cheaper and I can get more for my money and sit lower to the court. So I like to do that a lot too. It's just under 5 miles to Camp Rogers. It's fun to watch. It's still fun to watch, but it's even better if you can actually go to the arena and watch it. Like, watching it on TV is not bad at all. And most of the time that's what I'm doing. But every once in a while, like, I'll get lucky because my girlfriend makes fun of me all the time because, like, we'll watch the game and I'll get upset and my team will lose and she'll laugh and make fun of me. And I believe she realizes that that's not nice. So sometimes she'll buy me tickets because she knows how much I love a team, you know, and I get to show my joy at games while she has fun with all the food and drinks that she gets at the parks or arena. Yeah. And also I should say we have a bucket list. Like, we tried, like, when we go on vacation, we try to look for stadiums, or I should say states, with more than one team in it, so we can have, like, a bucket list of, hey, we did a baseball game and a basketball game in this city. All right, what's the next city we could do? All right, let's do that next time. And we'll travel to different states and cross those off our list. And we haven't done that, I want to say, in almost 2 years. Just, you know, a little busy, you know, with life and jobs and everything, but it's actually something really fun to do, because if you're from just one place, you only know one place. But when you go to other places, you're like, oh my God, this is so much better than what I'm used to. Like, you see how other states handle, you know, like, say, traffic when they have games and stuff like that. And I gotta tell you, New York City does not handle it well at all. Like, speaking of San Francisco, like, I've been to games in San Francisco, and their arenas and stadiums are literally on major streets. It's called Embarcadero out there, Embarcadero Street, and they handle the traffic way better than you would see it handled in New York City. You know, limited police, and the street just flows. Like, no one's in the street. No one's blocking traffic. Traffic's not building up, and you wonder what New York is doing wrong. You know? Yeah. So yeah, I enjoy doing that. I need to actually think of the next place I can actually do that, because I haven't actually thought about that lately, but that's something I do like to do. Thank you for putting that bug in my ear. These gradients are killing me. I just wish I could go faster. I'm just used to speed, you know, and I've never been on this route. But when I seen it, I was like, "Oh, this looks cool. Let me try it," you know. And I mean, I wouldn't say I'm disappointed, but everything that I thought I would see, you know, I read fun facts about this route, and I haven't seen anything but single track tunnels and trees. It was like two towns. I've been driving this train for more than 2 hours. Like there's a lake to the right over there, but you know what? Let me hop out the cab. Yeah, I mean that looks nice. Like oh, going in a tunnel. Like I wouldn't say that this is bad. Hold on, that actually looks pretty cool. Hold on, let me. Yeah, that looks pretty cool, actually. Maybe I'm actually getting to the cool part. This looks like a dam. Let's get a reverse angle. That's actually a cool shot right there. This would actually look cool with some snow on it. Yeah, these mountains look a little sketch, but yeah, this would look cool with some snow on it. I actually like to customize my own routes. So if I were to customize my route, this route, I would put some snow on it. I would make it a winter scenario. Uh, but this is a scenario I got out the workshop, and it's my first time playing. But yeah, these canyons are starting to actually look pretty cool now. Let's get a little trackside view. Yeah, it does. Yeah, New York. New York is always crowded. Uh, I actually don't want the crowded anymore, so I moved out of New York. I mean, I didn't move far. I'm only in New Jersey, but it's a lot more suburban where I'm at now. It's quiet. I like quiet. You know, I've done crowded for way too long. Although change of scenery never hurts anybody. You know. Yeah, these mountains look sketch over here. I'm gonna hop back in the cab. Have you ever been to New York? Two miles to Camp Rogers. Honestly, you're not missing anything. You're not missing anything. It's a good thing I'm not playing this for points. When I originally bought this scenario, I was hoping it was a standard scenario, but you know, I already purchased it and it was in a career mode. Oh, yellow over yellow. Let me slow down a little bit. Yellow over red. Just drop down to about 15. I don't know what's coming up. But when I originally bought this scenario, I thought it was a standard scenario, you know, where I just get in a drive, ain't got to worry about points. And then I seen it was only in career mode, and I'm like, oh, come on. You know, it's like I would have just did my own custom scenario, which I usually do. But building a scenario, it takes time, you know? And I have a whole bunch of other scenarios I'm still working on, and I was just like, I want to try this route. I'm like, I'll do it in career mode. Yeah, I was disappointed. But I love train simming, so I played it anyway, obviously. You know, and I've never played this route, so my knowledge is nil. I can't see what that is ahead. I don't see any junctions coming up or lights, so I'm just gonna let it coast a little bit, right around 20. I'll put a little braking on because I still have a 0.9 gradient. 0.72 miles to go before I have to stop. Is that a town? What is that over there? Let me see. Hopping out the cab. I'm going to be nosy. What is this? Warehouse? It's not a city. Yeah, it's a little warehouse. A trucking warehouse? Oh, uh, there's nothing like being outside the cab when you're coming up on a light. Oh, nothing I can do about that. Whatever. I'm going to act like we passed that and head to part 3. Again, had I played this route before, I would have known there was a light there while I was outside. But it is what it is. All right, part 3. All right, acknowledge. Still have a red. Waiting for a train to pass. I'm just gonna leave this in neutral, turn on my headlights, turn on my instrument lights. I don't have to put any passengers on board, so we're good there. Oops. I don't like that view. There we go. In the back. I'm assuming that's the light I was supposed to stop at. The funny thing is, when I looked at this, and there was less than a mile to go, I still didn't see the light, so I turned it off. Otherwise, I would have slowed down. Is it in the back yet? Yep. Pretty plain looking containers. Ah, that's boring. Those trailers? Yeah, those are trailers. Alright, now we got a green. Putting it forward. Take the brake off. right, part three. Part three. Heading to our first via, Cresta. Heading to Cresta. Still heading downhill. 0.9% gradient. So my original plan tonight was to actually stream from an Amtrak service from Philadelphia to New York Penn Station, or for the Northeast Corridor, and the service that I chose was an Acela service. It's full of, plenty of AI in it. My only problem is because it wasn't a custom made route. Like if I had the time, I would have just made my own route. Because it wasn't a custom made route, the AI service that it was using was inaccurate. And because that's my area that I'm from, I pretty much know what's supposed to be on that line. So the AI service should have been some New Jersey Transit trains, as well as SEPTA trains from Philadelphia. And instead what they used was Amtrak trains for everything, which makes no sense whatsoever. And I refuse to use it because it's not accurate, and I'm not gonna show inaccurate stuff, even though it is just a game. But I refuse to do it. So this was kind of my backup plan, because the other service I wanted to do is not done yet, because those are custom scenarios. So I'll probably do those next week, Saturday 1 p.m. Eastern, if anyone's watching. And it's gonna be 2 runs on the Metro North. The first one will be the Harlem line, and the second one will be the Hudson line. So they both leave from Grand Central Station. One goes straight up New York to a place called Southeast, which is in Westchester, New York, I believe. And the other one goes along the Hudson River up towards Albany, which is the state capital of New York. And there's a third line which goes to Connecticut, but I think doing three lines pretty much of the same thing wouldn't have been a good run. So I did not try that. So and then once that wasn't ready, I was just like, you know what, I'll just try a couple of scenarios. And I had a scenario I wanted to do, and then I looked at it and it wasn't finished, and I'm like, oh Jesus, all right, what else is going wrong? So I wound up with this route that I've never played before. And not that it's a bad route, it's just I expected more. Like I kept hearing how you'll see all this, like bridges and whitewater rafting areas and dams and waterfalls. I saw none of that. I see nothing but trees and mountains and literally 25 miles an hour of coasting. I'm not even putting speed in. Like I've been on 0 for 3/4 of this trip as far as speed. I've just been playing with the brakes, and even that's getting away from me most of the time. Uh, would I play this route again? Probably not, unless I custom scenario a part of it, or if I find an area where they actually talk about what sold me in their little Steam, commercial, basically. But other than that, like I am just a little not impressed with this route. Just my thoughts on that. And yeah, Amtrak is upgrading. They even have a new Acela train that's pretty close. I know they have another. Amtrak has another train called the Cascade. I believe it is. It's called the Cascade. Like that's coming out pretty soon. Yeah, anything train I'm interested in, so I know all this stuff. Yeah, I'm new to Twitch. This is actually my third stream. You know, I like Twitch. It seems like a cool platform. I'm used to YouTube. Like that's where most of my videos are. I have about 40 videos on YouTube at King Kaye Games. So I pretty much everything I do here I post over there as well. So hopefully that can bring some people on. I appreciate the follow. Thank you. I don't know why my notifications are not popping up, but thank you for the follow. Golden State Gaming 2002. Yeah, realistic. I will play anything, and try to make it as realistic as I can. But if they're not gonna work with me, like, yeah, I mean, everything is not Amtrak on a Northeast corridor. You know, they share that with New Jersey Transit and SEPTA. You know, Southeastern Pennsylvania Transportation Authority. So I chose not to do it. I don't know. Maybe within this week. I'll adjust those AI trains and put the real actual trains on there. But we'll see. I never did Facebook gaming. I've watched people do Facebook gaming. I've never actually seen train simming on Facebook gaming. That would have been cool to watch. Like I watched a lot of like Mortal Kombat on Facebook gaming because I was heavy into that Mortal Kombat. I'm still heavy into it. I just suck at it, so I can't play it. So I watch the people who can. But I never actually tried Facebook gaming. Yeah, I didn't want to be like that. You know, trying to be good at, you know, not being that person that's like, you know what. Do you train sim as well, or do you do Call of Duty? I see a lot of people are playing Battlefield right now. I never got into Battlefield. I used to like Call of Duty. I have Ride 4 as well. I ashamed to say I've never opened it, but I do have Ride 4. Uh, I love Modern Warfare 2. I actually bought that twice. Um, Black Ops, Left 4 Dead. I've never actually played. Uh, not because it doesn't look interesting. I just never got into it because I had so much other stuff going on. But ATS I do play. I have the butt kicker for that, so I love the way that feels as well. I got the steering wheel. Um, I'm into my gadgets, so I bought all that stuff. But I've never played Left 4 Dead. I actually feel the same way. That's the first thing I do. Once I get the game, I finish the campaign before I even think about if I want to go online and play against little kids yelling at me. Um, so I love the campaign, and I'll play the campaign multiple times. And sometimes what I also like to do is I'll play by myself. Like I'll do um, basically one of the online rooms, but everybody else is AI, and I'll put it to the highest level, so it's not like I'm cheating, and I'm actually playing against not real players, but they're the higher version of the AI, and that's fun. Like I still get to have fun and not have little kids yelling at me and telling me my mother sucks, and all that other good stuff. But I do have friends at work who are like avid Call of Duty players, where they're talking to each other on the headsets. They never invite me, but I don't care because I play train simming, so I don't care if they invite me or not. Not really offended. I'm just used to it, and I don't want to be that guy that's yelling at a kid. F you. Your mother's a WHORE, stuff like that. Um, but yeah, I just got tired of the little kids yelling at me, and I can't really say anything back without hurting their feelings. It kind of feels like, remember when Thor yelled at the kid Noob Master 69 or whatever his name was in what's that? Was that end of Endgame? Whatever movie that was. And he's like, "Oh, tell your dad I'm gonna come over there and rip his throat out." I'm just like, yeah, I don't want to be that guy, because the kid called him a dickhead or something. I just don't want to be that guy. So I don't even go online and play those games anymore. I just stick to train simming and truck simming and stuff like that. 1% gradient downhill. Been going downhill this whole trip. I'm also into watching plane sims, because I know I can't play it. Like flying a plane is so hard, but I do watch some of that, and the knowledge of stuff you need to know to fly a plane is ludicrous. Like I had no idea how much stuff you needed to know, because I actually thought you were actually flying the plane. The plane is flying itself. You're just telling it, hey, when you get here, you're going to make this turn. You're going to get to this altitude when I touch this knob. And yeah, like that's hard. I think driving a truck is hard. So you can imagine if, flying a plane with, 75 people's lives in your hand can do. It's like, it's crazy. It's fun to watch. I just don't know how they could do those 8-hour flights. Like, what do? They just looking at blue skies and they sit there for 8 hours, or do they just put it on autopilot end the stream and come back in 6 hours while that's flying. So whistle board there. Green over red. So we're not running a red light. Oh, happy birthday, dude. Congrats, man. 23 is a good year. You celebrating? What are you doing for your birthday? Yeah, I gotta check my alert boxes. I don't know why it's not popping up. I mean, that's cool too, you know, not everybody wants to do something. What type of cake? I'm a German chocolate fan myself. I'm gonna hop out the cab. Check my speed. There we go. Oh, that's cool. Look at that. It's the first cool shot I've seen. It's a cool looking bridge. Got another one down below. Oh, that's a highway. That was a cool looking shot. Let's check it from the back. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I feel like this is a rail tourist train. I know this route is old and it doesn't go on this any train routes on this anymore, but I feel like that would be a great rail tour train. A little break-in, 1% gradient, still. Oh, chocolate's pretty good. It's amazing. I got to be up at 7 a.m. to go to work tomorrow, and I'm still sitting here playing with trains. It's 12:40 right now. So on ATS, do you have a favorite map, a favorite state? Admittedly, I don't play it as much right now because my love for trains are outweighing my love for trucks. Although I love to drive in real life. But like I just got the Iowa DLC. Like I have all the DLCs. That's another thing I like about ATS. Their DLCs are not that expensive to me, compared to the DLCs for Train Sim Classic, they're not that expensive. They're like what, like $9, and if you get them on a Steam sale, they're even less than that. Sometimes I've paid for some of the DLCs like $4, $3. So got a green light here, thank God. Yeah, I've paid like $4, $5 for some of the DLCs. Um, but yeah, I totally was gonna do like some ATS as well, live streaming, and it just totally got pushed to the back burner because of how I feel about trains more, and all the all the money I've spent on these DLCs, I got to get them out. So that's why I play the train sim stuff more, because I have a shitload of DLCs, and I got to make it worth it. Like, I still haven't even touched the German stuff yet, the German Austrian stuff. So I got to make it worth it. Yeah, I haven't played Colorado yet. Here's where I am with American Truck Sim. I'm still in Washington. Like, I have all the DLCs, but I'm still doing stuff in Washington. I don't even think I've done anything other than maybe a run from Idaho to Washington, because I'll look at the other states, and the money is way lower than what I would get if I did a run in Washington. So I've just been staying in Washington, because like I'm still trying to build up to get like a better truck, So I'm still stuck in Washington, and I would love to do one of the cross country things. I haven't downloaded that map. I also was thinking about doing the bus mod. I think that would be cool as well. I do a bus mod and just drive a bus picking up passengers, like it's Greyhound or something like that. Like, to me, stuff like that is cool. Like, not that driving trucks isn't cool. I like driving trucks, but like picking up passengers in a bus is pretty cool. Like, I had the steering wheel, so it all is immersive to me. I can still do the the turning of the wheel and shifting of the gear and stepping on the pedals. But I think that would be cool, like picking up passengers, and now they have that where you can mod it for whatever car you want. I mean, that's pretty cool. I feel like they're doing what Dovetail Games should be doing with Train Sim World, and actually got a gray light here, thank God. Actually utilizing their platform to its full potential. Not just limiting themselves to, hey, hop in this cab and drive the train to wherever. Like, they're making it career oriented, or hey, you're not just doing this, you can also do this and keep the game fresh. It's all about keeping the game fresh. Like, you know how old Train Sim Classic is? Like, they don't even make DLCs for this anymore. It's all third-party people making DLCs for this, which is fine. Like, if it's a cool route, I'll buy it. You know, if it's a cool route, I'll buy it. I don't care who the game belongs to, but if you keep it fresh, people will still play it. And you're seeing that with this game. You know, this game came out 2014, and people are to this day still buying it because Train Sim World doesn't have as many DLCs, and the ones that they do have, people are complaining because the core engine that they're using has bugs in it. So take it for what it's worth. I mean, I still play both. I love Train Sim World for its incredible graphics, because it's the graphics of its time. This Train Sim Classic is not, but people are still playing it because people are trying to enhance it to maximize its potential. And it's like, and also another thing about Train Sim World, not to keep ragging on Dovetail Games, they need to get an American team. Like, they have a team for the UK, they have a team for Germany that focuses on their DLCs, so their content is top notch. The gameplay for the American content is lacking, and I don't know who they talk to, but there are more than just trains in California, because that's all they keep coming out with. Routes in California. The new route that they come out for America better not be in California, because there's going to be a lot of upset people in America who like American content. Their best bet is probably something off the Northeast Corridor to connect either the Boston to whatever that is route, or something like Jersey to Philadelphia to connect the New York to Trenton route, or something out of Florida, like the Bright Line out of Florida is something that they can also try. That stretches from Miami to like Orlando, Tampa. I actually like the Midland Main Lines. It's not my favorite route, but my suggestion for the UK is the Elizabeth line, which is it's a tube line in London. They call it the Tube. It's called the London Underground. It's basically what the New York City subway is for London, and it's called the Elizabeth line because it's named after the Queen, the former Queen, and it's their newest line, their newest train line. I think it's probably 5, maybe 6 years old. It It was built right before the pandemic, but it didn't come out until like a year after, or a year or two after the pandemic, because of the pandemic. And I've been on it, and it's beautiful, you know. Obviously everything is brand new. They got a new train on it, the class 345. Um, and unlike New York City, they have, oh, the green light, thank God. They have uh, doors alongside the platform that only opens when the train enters the station and open its doors. So if New York City did something like that, there would be a lot less people getting pushed on the tracks. Um, it also tells you how long the train is gonna be before the next time it enters the station. Uh, and that's all cool. And they have actual people on the platform with like bullhorns to let you know, hey, this train is closing, or you know, if you need to go somewhere, they guide you, because like uh, traversing the London Underground is really massive. They have a lot of trains that run underground in, throughout the city, that connect. And if you look at the map, you can't read the map correctly if you're not from there. Like, it's overwhelming. So they actually have it figured out, whereas New York doesn't. I can't speak for other places, but New York does not have it figured out. Um, and that's just in London. Like, that's not even including what they call National Rail, which travels throughout the whole country, and also into Scotland and Wales. Um, so yeah, I would like that route. You know, it makes me feel like I'm home, because I'm from New York, and I you know, I'm used to the subway. And because they won't give us the New York City subway, because the New York City subway, the MTA people are afraid people are gonna know how to steal their trains and drive them, because that already happens in New York. People go subway surfing. So the closest I guess I'll get to a New York City subway in Train Sim World or Train Sim Classic would be something like that. So I really want that, but I doubt that's gonna happen. So I'm expecting that not to happen. So I'm actually trying to design my own route for the Elizabeth line subway. It's gonna take me a while, because I don't know what I'm doing yet. Um, Although I use it to timetable my scenarios, that's a little more complicated, you know. And I've watched videos with people who actually know how to do that, and it's very high in scale what they go through to do that. Right now, I don't have the patience for it, so it's going to take me a while. And also designing video games, like, even if it's just one route, it takes like 2 years. So it'll probably be, if that doesn't happen within the next 2 years through Dovetail Games, it probably, I won't see it for at least 3 years. So that's just me. That's just what I want to see. But yeah, YouTube is really good for Train Sim World, Train Sim Classic videos. I have a bunch in there. I follow a bunch of other people. We all know each other because we watch each other's videos. So you'll see like comments from other people on your videos. Like, we all appreciate each other. I get to tell other people how they're great. They tell me how much they like my stuff, and you think no one's noticing, but people notice your videos. So. Uh, no, I don't mind profanity on mine, as long as it's not like, crazy. Copy that. Thank you, dispatcher. I'm gonna put a little speed in. Have you started streaming yet, or just nervous about that jump? Because I won't lie, I was nervous when I did my first one, especially when you have no followers, you don't know if anyone's watching, so you just talk. My first stream was 6 hours. I talked for 4.5 of it. Oh, that's cool. So you feel comfortable streaming? Do you show your face, or you just play the game and talk to other people? Because me personally, I feel like it's more engaging if they can actually see your face, at least for a little bit. Like I don't keep it up there 100% of the time, So, I mean, that's cool too. That's definitely cool too. But like I feel like I need people to know who I am, because because I'm new to this, and what's really odd about it is I'm not much of a talker in my real life. I've been talking a little bit more, like I would probably say the past 5 months. Like I've been incorporating that in my everyday life, just so it's easier for me right now, and it works. It works. Sometimes I feel like I'm rambling, but it does work. It helps me do this right now. Oh, you're a biggin'. Oh, I'm going outside for this one. Hold on. Actually, let me get myself off the screen so you can see it. And I feel like I'm going too fast. I'm gonna slow down. hope I don't run through this light. Still can't see the light. Now that's cool. A little higher. Now that's cool. Anything else cool coming up? No. Back to boring. There we go. That's a cool shot. really wish I could put some speed into this. This reason alone is why I don't do freight. Gradient. Probably about a half an hour left on this. Yeah, I definitely need something a little more high-paced. So I probably would not be doing this run again on or off camera. I need that speed. At least 50 miles an hour. At this speed, I can't even use my number 4 camera, because it would take too long to get there. This is for people who just like slow-paced driving. It's not my cup of tea. Mile and 28 to the first or to the next via point. Poe. wish this had a cruise control. If it's gonna stay at this low speed. I realize freight trains don't have cruise control, or most of them anyway, but this isn't a freight train. Like, it's still a passenger train. Green light. Which way are we going? I'm gonna say to the right. Correctly. Going outside. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that happens time to time. It's all good. At least I got some speed going. It's bad it's in a tunnel. Finally get to use this camera. I feel like the whole scenery just changed once we got out that tunnel. Copy. Is this a bridge? This looks weird. Guess we're getting more closer to civilization, which is why you notice the increase in speed, and now this bridge with a highway above it. Guess we're not in the mountains anymore. tankers. relay. 3 miles to Oroville. Hope that's a green light because I can't see it. Start casually coming down. This is a good pace, I'll just keep it here. See a 40 coming up. Red. Already at 25. No more lights. Safe to enter the platform. This is a good speed. I'll just let it casually come down a little bit. At 20. Bells and whistles. Sure, why would we not be in a gradient? This whole run was a gradient, downhill gradient. and welcome to Oroville. And that'll do it for this fully part 3 long intensive run on the California Zephyr. This was the Western Pacific Train 17 parts 1, 2, and 3 together over the Feather River Canyon DLC for Train Sim Classic. My initial thoughts, it's not my cup of tea. I like fast-paced scenarios. This ain't it. I'm all about that scenic views. Like, the type of stuff I like to do is long journeys with speeds higher than 60 miles an hour. It can be a commuter train. I don't even care, but I at least want to use that number 4 camera button, and I've probably used it once or twice in this 4-hour run that we just did. I can't do that when the train is going slower than 30 miles an hour. I've just learned that off of experience. It takes too long for the train to come in to focus for that camera shot to be effective enough. So I barely even used that shot, and I didn't use any gas either. Like, this is a diesel train, and I barely put any power into this 4-hour trip. You know, that power notch was in zero most of this trip. It was just all brake control, and I couldn't even handle that. Most of this is route knowledge, and I had none of that because I've never played this before. I was hoping I could get a handle on the train a little bit better, but we all see how that worked. I lost a ton of points. It's a good thing I was not playing for points. I really do not like career mode at all. I just feel like all the tasks they give you, it's not worth it, and it kind of takes away my fun in driving trains. So I usually don't even worry about it. But yeah, I hope the customers didn't get me fired after this trip. But you know, it is what it is. You know, you live and you learn. You know, you got to start somewhere. But that's gonna wrap it up for me tonight. It's almost 3 a.m. in the morning, and I really need to be up in 4 hours at 7 a.m. to go to work on a Sunday. And I'm definitely not going to be at my best performance for sure. But thanks to all the new followers. I'm sorry my alerts were not working today. Special thanks for the new follow from Cool Train Rider, Golden State Gamer 2002. And also I'd like to send a shout out to Bob Saget is God 420. There were some trains being ran. It's been fun with you guys tonight. My my name is King Kaye. You can just call me Kay, and I will see you most likely next week, Saturday. Uh, most likely at one p.m. And if that changes, I'll make sure to update my schedule, my channel schedule, so that it reflects it. But most likely it will be 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's 6 p.m. I believe in the UK GMT. And thanks for joining in and having some fun with me for 4 hours on my Twitch channel. Take care, guys.